Another one for the collection. said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for power. So Arl lived in his grey, creamy blues and gory reds, holding a torch across his realm.
Careful, comrades. I've seen sorcerers infuse even lowly fowl with dark enchantments.
Warbler picks up a chicken and throws it at Madora, who dodges the fluttering fowl with a terrible scream.
Wing of
It's about time the council took notice of us. You here for the bone rattlers or the club wavers?
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're finally getting a hand. Things is chaos.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the night like me dear plump Ogget. Ugh, now that the herd's gone, old Bertie's just scratching by like a hen till the next batch of beasties comes through. I recently sold most of the tender loves to a trader heading north. Plenty of business that way these days. Those miners must be preparing for a mighty great feast. Wish I could have a nibble on my dear darlings, all ground and spiced. That louse! Did he even bother grilling a single luscious chop? I bet he wasted every last morsel. Captain Aureus will have a thing or two to say about this.
About time the council took notice of us. You here for the bone rattlers or the
Let's see. Halibut. Oh, hello, love. Nice day for a little stroll around the market, isn't it?
Well, what sort of arrows do you want?
It seems.
What are ye staring at?
Choose the finest greens! Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest produce ever produced.
To entussle you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Getting all this fresh. These batches will be ours for the tree. Spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Penny takers, come on, you chickens.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock, perfect for fry-up. Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
I'm straight, I'm true. Our inside a dozen.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine.
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest produce ever produced.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you. I'm straight, I'm
Cecil will be happy to see the likes of a source hunter. Welcome to the Town Hall of Sicil.
Welcome to the Town Hall of Sicil. Mayor Cecil is waiting for you inside.
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer, huh? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, my elf. What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Sicil, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Sicil through the... Oh, what? Oh, you mean Sicil. Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jake, and by source magic no less, weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brute. The undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making a habit of... That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such, sticking its tendrils into the innocent, seven-fearing folks of... And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic. I rather for... Jake, murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The council and I have certainly had our most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. Still, one never knows for sure. But all right, bloke. Apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense, the whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Sicil is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor. What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years, those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Sicil's once torrential... What now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very... Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may... His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help. But the staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was... Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the basics. You see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the seventh sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Sisyl's back depends. What kind of the library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Sisyl. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself. Please yourself. Let me know if you change your mind. You won't regret it. Someone wants to see Victoria dead? That cherub of the book? That seraph of the library? Hear you me. You must stop that dog by any means necessary. As mayor of Sisyl, you have my permission to take drastic measures if need be. Jake? Murdered, you say? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Now I remember. Well, I'm sure the facts will prove me in his back depends. What kind of... Please yourself. Let me know if you change your mind. You won't regret it. Back Japan? Marvelous. Follow me then.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in source. To the gallows, I say.
Woolgroth throws Medora a stern look. He's not the type to take pleasure in seeing an old man swing. Woolgroth gives you a knowing look. He seems to think the mayor is a few arrows short of a quiver.
A source delirium if ever I saw one.
Oh!
Чё опять за вор? Алиса, прекращай!
That's enough of that now.
Cornet!
depends. Ah, the library. Marvelous. What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Cecil's crown. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into her brilliant brain. Yes. Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, what? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now.
The Encyclopedia de Mode. I know it by heart.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stenticke. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The Lesser Key of Sagakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kajdinar. Brief history of
Demonology for dumbbells.
Everyone will have to pay yet
I need
another
something
fine.
more advanced. Is there no new book to be... Hey, stop that!
You notice something being slipped into your hand.
What's all you steal? No biggie. I'm a thief. I didn't think
The rogue keeps his eyes fixed on yours. He's expecting an answer.
Something more advanced.
Everyone will have to pay
Is there
yet
no
another
new book
fine.
to be discovered in this library? No, this isn't the grimoire.
Wargraf's demeanor suggests he is reassured by your answers. He may be an outlaw, but he's clearly uncomfortable with heroic source hunters behaving as such.
Have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Omnes Autem Mali Daemones. What? What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Sicil. Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken. No, a source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company. I would tell you my reasons, but it seems rather pointless to do so, seeing that quite clearly there is no room left in your band of adventurers for an additional champion. A pity, really.
Volume 1, Volume 2. Where has the third one gone? Shouts. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem! Volume 1, Volume 2. Where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night. The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stenticke. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? place this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Oh, rack! What mayhem! The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom, Sterntecken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. The first edition too.
Where's
Most
the
promising.
third one gone? Shucks. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
What do you think you're doing?
The knight in see-through armor,
Demonology from dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more
a
advanced.
source hunter! Oh, what a sight for sore Sicilian eyes, me! I live alone here in town. Used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically joined at the hip, but that's all changed now. Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring, and endlessly, for my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Aureus now and then. But then that band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one meeting was all it took for Tom to run off with them on some mission to... Kajdanor. Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay
The
yet
lesser
another
key
fine.
of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing
This
bottom.
isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
In the name of Amun-Hor, I bid thee Tujda Geta Hal, be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine. I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly when I was very young, you see. I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Sicile toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amund-Hor, dear Cecil was among... He raised me like I was his own. This kindest of souls taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, indeed you may. The wisdom I here hold is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too. Kiralizor. Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite a startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale, is hot as he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. Hashizm bil kushim zunum. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do?
Something more advanced. The
My
Pseudomonarchia.
amulet? But it is Haxmagi, a sacred token that houses the presence of my ancestors. No, I cannot part with my talisman, the keepsake of my soul.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. Demonology for dumbbells. Ah, I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium.
You may try and trick me out of my amulet, but you will not succeed. Turjageta, friend. Yes? Have you decided what should be done about him? Leg Fizoda! Yes, a capital notion. Let him be brought before the law for his schemes. It would probably be better if you rather than I informed Captain Aureus, though. He bears little goodwill toward me ever since my more savage brethren have been marauding the beaches and killing his legionnaires.
Dumbbells. Ah, I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. Ah, I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. Ah, I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. Demonology for dumbbells. Ah, I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. A key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium.
Fortune!
I know it by heart.
Kejdenor. Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned.
No, this is
Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Volume 1, Volume 2.
Sigurd's beard, what a find!
Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout
The
little legs
lesser
in the
key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Demonology for dumbbells. Ah, I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. The first edition too. Most promising.
Where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books
That's enough of that now. Demonology for dumbbell. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Taken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't
The
she?
lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
A volume of poetry or novels? Urak. Mayhem.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The
You there.
Encyclopedia
Cut it out.
by heart.
Volume 1,
there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Sprout little legs in the night. Kajdinar.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup.
The lesser key of Sadakatras. What nonsense.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all
The
things
Encyclopedia
naughty, doesn't she?
Demonium. I know it by heart. Demonology for dumbbells. I need something more advanced.
The brief history of
The
sorcery still
Pseudomonarchia
hasn't been returned.
Demonum.
Teleron will have
First
to pay
edition
yet
too.
another fine.
Most promising. The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Two. But where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Who placed this book here?
Demonology for
A volume of
dumbbells.
poetry among
I
novels?
need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in
Demonology
the
for
night.
dumbbells. I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Rack. What mayhem.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kajdinar. Brief history of
Demonology for
sorcery still hasn't been
dumbbells.
returned. Teleron will have to
Need
pay yet
something more
another fine.
advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. The lesser key of Sadakandras. What
The knight in
nonsense.
see-through armor.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No,
The knight
this
in
isn't the
see-through
grimoire
armor.
I'm looking for.
Princess Buttercup
The
is a blushing
Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too.
Esmeralda does have
Most
a
promising.
propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Demonology for dumbbells. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Kajdinar. Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Projdenor. Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Veleron will have to pay yet another fine.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Volume 1, Volume 2. Where's the
Demonology
third
for
one gone?
dumbbells. Ugh, I need
Sometimes I think
something
these
more
books sprout little
advanced.
legs in the night.
The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense.
Place this
Is
book
there
here.
no new book to be discovered in this library?
Urak. Mayhem.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh, I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentical. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia
Projdenor.
Daemonum. The first edition too.
Still hasn't been returned.
Most promising.
Veleron will have to pay yet another fine.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2. Where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia
Place this
Daemonum.
book here.
And the first
A volume
edition
of
too.
poetry among novels.
Most promising.
Urak. Mayhem.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentical.
The lesser key of
Esmeralda does have a
Sadakandras.
propensity for all things
What
naughty,
nonsense.
hasn't she?
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh,
Where's
I
the
need something
third one
more
gone?
advanced.
Shatsu.
The
Sometimes I think these
Encyclopedia
books sprout little legs
Daemonium.
in the night.
I know it by heart. The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this
Brief
library?
history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Veleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh, I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels. Urak. Mayhem.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh, I need something more advanced. The
Projdenor.
Pseudomonarchia Daemonum.
Brief history of
And the
sorcery
first
still
edition
hasn't been
too.
returned.
Most
Veleron will
promising.
have to pay yet another fine. Volume 1, Volume 2.
Demonology for
Where's the
dumbbells.
third one
Ugh,
gone?
I need something more advanced.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. the grimoire I'm looking for.
In the night.
The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Get a friend.
Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. The Source Hunter. Have you come to your senses? Have you changed your mind? Are you ready to join forces?
Thing's naughty, hasn't she? Hello again, adventurer. I hope you wiped those muddy boots on your way in. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
Brief history of sorcery still hasn't
The
been
Encyclopedia
returned. Everyone
Daemonium.
will have to pay yet
I
another
know it
fine.
by heart. No, this isn't the grimoire
Get a friend.
to be discovered in this library. The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh, I need something more advanced.
Brief
Is
history
there
of
no
sorcery
new
still
book
hasn't
to be
been
discovered
returned.
in this library?
Everyone will have to pay yet another fine. The knight in see-through armor.
Demonology
Princess
for
Buttercup with the
dumbbells.
blushing
Ugh,
cotton.
I need something more advanced.
Esmeralda does have a propensity
Pseudomonarchia
for
What? Oh, it's you! What news? My dear girl. I introduced her to my library when she was a girl. She quickly proved that the preconceptions we humans, if you're looking for something special, just ask. She knows every book by heart. That depends. Ah, the library. Release yourself. Any progress in stopping that beast?
To the slice of this fine woman.
Would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here. Sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary. I am Septimus, seventh son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle. So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her. Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by fowls. And what questions are those? Tragedy flocks to this place, like goblins to a boar carcass. None of us guessed, when we were assigned to Sicile, that we were about to embark on a years-long stint in the unluckiest city in Rivellon. Undead orcs, ghosts, what's next? Man-eating zombie crabs? I can tell you one thing about the undead, and that is to stay the hell away from them. I've seen too many men and women put on a brave face and a vow to undo Death's scourge, only to be struck down and have their innards eaten out of them, while their hearts still thumped madly away.
strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda dearest. I'm just doing my duty for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter? I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He's, like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches. Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. As far as I knew, it was one of... Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare... Well, what do you want to know? Since the beginning, this has been a particularly favoured region of Rivellon. Even before there was a major settlement here, these cliffs were a special holy site for the ancient pagans. It's hard to believe our great city is so easily crumbled. Praise be that Arhu the wizard has the wits about him to build these newfangled weapons of his, or Sicil would have been the very throne of decay by now. Because of him, life here is almost bearable again, despite the walking dead. Though it's rather eerie and perplexing at the same time to think about how quickly one adjusts to the great dangers when a handful of guardians holds them at bay.
She seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, lady. We legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint. your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to know.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere to...
Not even worth the rummaging. Looking good. Oh! It's locked.
Ma, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I know this. I'm just doing my duty. But
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
A book about setting up the perfect crime.
блядь, последний раз тебе говорю.
Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer? Dagger. Could this have been involved in the crime?
It certainly piques one's interest, doesn't it?
My, what a strong and handsome officer you are. The hunter returns. I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake. Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you would better find the evidence to back up your ridiculous claims. Perhaps it is you who should explain your presence in my cellar. And the dagger? It's simply a butcher knife used by my... What'll you think of next? Accusing me of bashing him over the head with a frying pan? Oh, that horrid tome of ill repute. It isn't mine, it was Jake's. He was a politician, don't you see? Always on the lookout for plotting rivals. Always trying to be one step ahead. Really, I should have thought a source hunter of all people would appreciate my dear husband's sense for starstone. Do you mean to imply he collect... Well, what do you want to know? Rather dreary, they came out of nowhere.
Ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
By the seven, what a tale!
This show is worth the hype. Though that bloke in the back seems to be having a bit too much fun, if you ask me.
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss. Oh, I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen. I'm amazed and astounded that for a meager gold coin or two, I can take it. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I'll just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Cecile hears me. Cecile wants to see what the fuss is all about. And let me tell you, this amazing show just can't be beat.
That he ordered a contest across his realm.
My word!
Tricks of a kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Andorvale!
Ha! Ha!
My word!
My word!
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Fantastic!
Come on, come all, and see the amazing singing Stefan!
This show is worth the hype. Though that bloke in the back seems to be having a bit too much fun, if you ask me.
I think a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king...
This show is worth the hype. Though that bloke in the back seems to be having a bit too much fun, if you ask me.
This show's worth the hype. Though that bloke at the back seems to be having a bit too much fun, if you ask me.
The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour.
Fantastic!
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory
Bravo!
reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard.
What's that nutter in the back hollering about? I can hardly hear the show for all the ruckus.
He had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
By the seven, what a
Tricks
tale!
of kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Andorvale!
Fantastic! Bravo!
You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off. Cry your eyes out and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan. I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andorvale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Sicil as are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment. Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And that crowd warmer has increased my profits by six. Why do I care what tall tales you've heard about Stefan's origins? Try to do something about it if you dare. The fair's full of legionnaires who love no bet. Hard times, Lord Pinchpenny?
Fantastic!
He's right.
Today, I think
We can hardly
our
walk off
king,
with a talking
the
head.
great Sigurd and his
My
rainbow
God,
of
we'll
war
just have to think
machines.
of something more clever
It is
than
said, and
daylight
this I
robbery.
have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who
Back
knew...
for more, I see! Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I am Reginald. Are you impressed by my prowess in the up? Why do I care what tall tales you've heard about Stefan's origins? Try to do something about it if you dare. The fair's full of legionnaires who love no better entertainment than cutting down a source hunter for stirring up trouble.
Fantastic! By the seven, what a tale!
Fantastic!
My word! Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
My word!
Today,
My
I
word.
think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known...
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, well, I've stumbled into quite...
gory reds that he
This
ordered...
show is worth... My word!
Are for kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Andevale!
Fantastic!
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti... Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Sicilius. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless... pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal... It won't be the worst indignation.
Hey, you there! Cut it out!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he
My
ordered a
word.
contest across his realm.
My word!
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war
By the
machines.
seven, what a tale! My word! Bravo!
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katerina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat? Well, I'm Katerina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank. The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see us right away, my dear, just as fast as your boots can carry you. Speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. My word!
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
Ordered a contest across his realm.
You there! You don't look like someone...
My word! Performers, showmen, show all of them. Size, and who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have
been one of the greats. But here I am gathering peasants to watch. No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this don't you have an impressive library here in Sicil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could... Katerina's given the go-ahead. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about on stage. Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But I'm sure you'll do just fine. Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some victims to witness this.
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. Now, let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's socks off. As soon as they settle into their seats, that is.
My word! Showman!
You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a start for more, I see. Well, I can't say I'm so...
Are you impressed by my prowess in the... I think you've...
Back for more, I see. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Stefan...
I think you've gotten quite familiar enough by now, thanks. Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment?
I am Reginald the...
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you? What is it this time? Oh, here we go. Again. Not planning on playing to an empty audience.
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. Now, let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's socks off. As soon as they settle into their seats, that is. The stage is yours. The crowd is completely appalled by your retelling. Are you sure that's how...
What is it? Here. Not planning on playing to...
You hear distant Now, let's not be hasty. They may... let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's Now, let's not be hasty. The stage is yours. The crowd seems to know the tale. They wholly approve of your beginning.
Simply marvelous. Oh, I hope there's an encore. Fantastic. Bravo! Fantastic. Oh, I hope there's an encore. Good show! Bravo!
The crowd is thrilled. Whatever will happen next is sure to excite them.
Good show. Oh, I hope there's an encore.
The restless crowd is starting to hurl insults. Master Chaucer must feel very self-satisfied right about now.
I thought this was supposed to be
A
entertaining.
swell of unkind adjectives and four-letter nouns stream upward. Gasps ring out across the audience. They must know how it ends. They simply must. The crowd explodes into applause and appreciation. You've woven them into...
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Sisal, what is it this time? Really? Really? Fine. You were absolutely, utterly inarguable. Glad you asked.
Considered himself that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds.
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best, and I'd be glad to do it for your little show. 100 gold up front, and yours will be the odd 98, 99, 100. Looks like all's...
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
My word! Step right up! Fantastic! Ha! Ha!
That's the more I see! Well, are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? I think you've gotten quite familiar. I am Reginald.
Who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on, right?
What is it this time? Oh, here we go. Not planning on playing to an empty.
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. The stage is yours.
Oh, come on, we haven't got all day.
If I wanted...
Simply
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Simply marvelous!
Simply marvelous!
Fantastic!
Bravo!
Fantastic!
Fantastic!
Oh, I hope there's an encore!
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before.
Bravo!
No, I hope there's an
Oh,
encore.
I hope
The
there's an
crowd's
encore!
curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
Simply marvelous.
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd. They like you. They really, really like you.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who know re mi fa sol la ti. Oh, excuse me, it won't be the word. Before we're discovered, I must tell someone, anyone, the truth while I can. Ah, a little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that contemptible jester, we can finally speak freely. Where shall we begin? true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt. Little did I know the abuse was only beginning. A wandering sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his... When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged. Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Sicil Fair. All I know is I just can't take it anymore. More than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company. For all I know, they're using it as a coat rack. Traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received. That charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent. So he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with what I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have legs again. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
enjoying the fair, aren't you? Of course you are.
Show all of them. Cecil, what you're made of. Bill Fletcher.
Hey, it's you again! I don't have to tell you that Cedric's act will help you banish belly fat and inspire your kids to say no to drugs.
Well, I'll be a goblin's uncle. I ain't a fake.
Quite the commotion over here. What's...
Quite the commotion over here.
Quite the commotion over...
The talking head was really something compared to this. But who wants to watch a show all by one's lonesome?
Well, I'll be a goblin's uncle.
Oh, that Gallagher is quite the performer. One of my own ilk. Sometimes all the flies need is a little honey, eh? Ah, just like old times. The rush, the thrill. What a delight. Please stay and enjoy the show. Though you may have some trouble finding a seat.
Wow.
Have some pity.
One coin or two, noble spirit? One coin or... Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out... a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. Their guidance ruined any small fortune I might have had, but certainly granted me... I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools' advice to the fools who sought them, but somehow they told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possession. Fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own... Thank you, kind one. May the soul of Astarte smile upon you. Come.
So, those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Absurd. Since when is poverty a prerequisite of spirituality?
Right. I'm not...
Have some pity.
Can you spare a coin?
Have some pity. Have some pity.
spare a coin? Have some pity. Can you spare a coin? Can you spare a coin?
Look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Let us see if you
Hey, you're a source hunter, aren't you? They see you can talk to animals, but I for one won't be falling for such a tall tale.
Toast it!
Honoured to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous line of work, but it's a damn sight more glorious than being a legionnaire.
It's heating up.
Murder within the walls, undead outside of the walls. And here we legionnaires sit, twiddling our thumbs.
I could do with a cold drink.
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
Good luck with these Sicilian Source Hunter. They'll run you ragged if you let them.
Now, where's my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away?
Source Hunter's here too? Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you gonna do?
Legionnaire, at your service. You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the undead-infested wilds to me. You may have the right number of champions in your party, yet inexperienced. Thank you for heeding my words of warning, Hunter.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Ahu's invention, the stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? These days, we legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets... Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Who's these days really? Don't ask me how.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town. Ahu's in these days. Don't ask me.
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face furious. She bit me in the face.
sight for sore eyes if ever there was one. I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, we've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory. Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command. But rest assured, I am a lot more kindly inclined. Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition and even rivalry between our orders. But I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself, the undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil, after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers have fallen. The dead must be put down without mercy, if we can.
Hey, Carl, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Sirius! She bit me in the face!
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
The beast speaks. So you have a brain behind that feral maw, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and eat to me her aptitude.
Hey, Carl, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. If ever we want to be victorious in Sicil, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. But so far, none of the 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all.
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Sirius! She bit me in the face!
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, screech woman!
The beast speaks? So you have a brain behind that feral maw, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and eat to me her aptitude.
Hey, Carl, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Hey, that is really joking.
was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Various. You'll only encourage it. You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? You're joking. I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
The ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
So you have a bridge behind that feral wall, have you? Unexpected question, trust me. And a real aptitude.
No, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Various. You'll only encourage it. You don't think it's infected, do you?
Look on the bright side.
There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines. The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety. There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say? You'll only encourage it. You don't think it's infected, do you? A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them. There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source. The Sicilians razed it, and built a church for the seven instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery. All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition. So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they... The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home. You don't think it's infected, do you?
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite serving the seven.
The face, Durius. She bit me in the face.
Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly.
Don't let that rooster escape! He's already on the menu for tonight!
A chicken has the right to live too.
Yes, let's pardon him. Just look at the little blighter.
I need a moment to reflect. There's an old saying among the elders at Academy South. A source hunter without compassion is as a river without water.
Your kindness is a great boon to our team.
Murder within the walls, undead outside of the walls.
Another perfect heist. You sneak with the subtlety of a tried and true cat burglar.
Why, thanks. I rather do, don't I? A few more heists, and I'll be a fat cat in no time.
No doubt about it.
Hey, stop that!
I'm stuck fast. Fate is an ice-cold mistress.
You let my chicken escape? Looks like it's your lucky day, Jack! Now to tell the troops they're getting nothing but the...
the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. From the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot. That's enough of that now!
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven.
Attention to the beast various. You'll only encourage it. You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven.
As bad as all that.
The face furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, screech woman.
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven.
An 8 denier of altitude.
Hey, no. I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast various. You'll only encourage it.
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Riverland's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven. I've been wrong. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on. It's not as bad as all that.
The face furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Riverland's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven.
The beast speaks. So you've had a brood back in that feral wall, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast furious. You'll only encourage it.
Know much about zombies, do you? How about walking bones?
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
Now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been wrong. I'll be disfigured.
Better to evacuate this place while there's still some left to save, I say.
Face furious.
The Legion stands at the ready. How can the Legion serve you today, Source Hunter?
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try and screech, woman.
The beast speaks. So you've had a brood back in that feral wall, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast furious. You'll only encourage it. You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking?
I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case...
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Easy, Tull. That's the Source Hunter you're talking to.
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a...
Bit Tull you right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
I'd say you ought to take her off our hands if you had the space. Though we couldn't guarantee she'd do more than piddle on the floor and maul your furniture.
Careful, Source Hunter. If I keep my eyes off this cage, the beast's liable to risk an escape. Ice blue eyes narrow beneath a heavy brow streaked with sweat and dust. Her hands tense into claws, held at the ready.
Her brow knits together, but something in her... I am Bear Daughter. I have not come here to find trouble with the Screech woman. She only... And you are a Source Hunter. I have heard this woman here, the one who now plots her revenge. She crept behind me while I was hunting, and I only defended myself. But soon their swords were upon me, and they forced me into this cage meant for dogs. Mother would rip the fur from her chest if she could see how...
Careful, Source Hunter. If I keep my eyes off this cage, the... You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been wrong. I'll be disfigured for life.
Bear Daughter remains silent, but...
This woman here, the one who now plots... But soon there's...
attracted, do you?
Ah, no, I pulled the
Know
right
much
way.
about zombies, do you?
It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden. My soup is missing.
Honored to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter.
Murder within the walls, undead outside the walls. And here we leave. Attention! About face! Shoulder barracks! Not recruits! That was sloppy.
Better to evacuate this place while there's still some left to say.
Aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
More junk. Another one for the collection.
Hi, Mr. Head Honcho Legionnaire. The Source Hunter says that creep Robert stole my sheep.
And?
Well, aren't you going to arrest that stinking thief?
I'll have a talk with him, madam. What have we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Sicil. I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Sicil. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo. Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother. He just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town. Not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you! Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past. What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect object. Sir, you found a blooded knife in Esmeralda's cellar. Guess you can scratch the top candidate off your list of cliched clues then. Not how to plan the perfect murder. Really? Really? She might as well wear a dress with the words "I was stolen." Gods, what a fool that Roberts is. Taking a bribe in beleaguered old Sightseal. What was he going to do? He has a lot to answer for. But not as much as the one that did the bribing in the first place. I guess your mission is pretty clear, isn't it? Off you... You suspect the mayor? Dear me, you couldn't be further from the mark if you lay the blame on a paraplegic cow. The man raised a foundling orc out of the goodness of his Evelyn. Master Theleron's apprentice. Nice lass, huh? Brewed me a potion once that cured me of a rash more bothersome than a badger down your breeches. No, she doesn't seem like the type to play hide and seek. You dare stand here and accuse me of involvement in this sordid affair? You dare accuse a captain of the Legion?
for rummaging.
You there! Cut it out! Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
Go on, you said. What's the harm, you said? Well, you turned out to be as crooked as a barrel of fish hooks.
Excuse me, Grabby Gus. This is a Legion treasure room, and absolutely... I'll thank you to take a step in another direction. This is the Legion treasure room, and you've no business bothering with it.
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome. But certainly, what would you like to know? Oh, I am but a wizard, a guardian of man and beast. My task upon this earth is to protect the heart. You see, my one desire is to witness a world in which, to my great regret, none of them purr. Oh, but that's not a trick. It's such magic to be out. But of course it's handy to speak in more than meows. Oh, that'll never happen. Granted, a witch could make the polymorph permanent if she'd enchant me in my cat guise. I'm my own wizard, you know, and I don't intend to become anyone's familiar. By all means. Of course, I hope your investigation I can but piece together what few morsels fell. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired to a room on the ground floor where she was soon, I say man and woman, because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mist. How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were vile. I myself have none, even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried. Now, it may well be established that she is in fact the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but his body is gone, replaced with that of a sheep. This is all very disconcerting, to say the least. Grave robbery reeks of... It seems too improbable to be true, but nevertheless. You're onto something, Hunter. Do follow the scent. I can't say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't see me teaming. And what might those be? Those who are raising the dead dwell among us. They simply must be. But even though I've spent many a night leaping from tree to rooftop, watching on as citizens stagger home from the inn, or simply, the enemy is wily. They know us better than we know them, and they've found ways to avoid both detection and distrust. And yet I am somehow convinced that you may succeed where the Legion and I have failed. Call it instinct. You have a flair for understatements, Hunter. I'm sure they are but a minor nuisance in the eyes of a born warrior. But until they conclude what mischief they intend to see through, or, less likely, they are conclusively defeated, we can but bar the gates and hole up like mice. Oh, a mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista, add a 100% legally obtained self-regenerate... What? I'd never. If you must know, I was merely checking up on Matt. What a delight she is. The temperament of a tiger, the grace of a leopard, and the manners of a lady all rolled into one. A perfect puss, if ever there was one.
Да заебала ты!
to depart from Sicil. I am Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Sicil. Still not finished with that sorry Have you found any incriminating evidence against her? It was stolen. Yes. What? You suspect the mayor? Evelyn? Master Theriron's apprentice? Nice lass, huh? Whom would you have the Legion arrest? The elf? What in the name of our...
He wants us to kill Victoria.
It's true. He is a dangerous
So, he wants you to kill that savage the mayor calls his daughter, does he? Hardly seems a crime to do so. But I guess I cannot allow assassinations to take place. I won't arrest him unless I have some actual evidence, though. Or did you think I'd simply take your word for fact? As I suspected.
Know much about zombies, do you? How about walking?
Sorry, sir.
Those books will embarrass a bridge folk. Get to signing recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to one?
Come on! Come on!
can the Legion serve you today, Source Hunter?
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Men of Legion are who's in these days. We don't ask me how. Drink and gamble. That's all we do around here.
Those boots are in Barris at Bridgestone. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Those boots are in Barris at Bridgestone. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not! Recruits! That was sloppier than slicing.
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage would be
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife? The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. So, what piece of irrefutable evidence are you about to present me with this time? I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now a Starstone. Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel... Well, what do you want to know? Can you tell this is... I've heard that once that...
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for not exactly the friendliest bloke, the captain, is he? Well, your reward for getting your ear chewed off is a waltz through the town's finest magic...
Looking good. I was really hoping to find something better. It's official. The Duke of Ferrell is the worst poet in Rivellon.
In his defense, not much rhymes with murder.
Privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Surely you've met your match
this plane when the dormant portal that led us to this hall sprang to life? It's happened again, my friend. Another portal has It's all connected somehow. You, this place, the void, the stone. You don't imagine that I'd presume to explore it before you? No, no, no. That would be most unmannerly. And not to mention, well, the... No, I'm sure it's nothing. It's just that beyond the portal, I sense a presence that I can't quite account for. It is at once power, but this is only speculation, of course. Come, come, let me show you the way. Once you're... I wonder who awaits you in the next chamber. I wonder what they'll say.
impressive room.
So it is. A hall fit for kings.
Wouldn't you look fine with a strapping warrior at your side? Or is it mages you prefer? An eagle-eyed ranger? A stealthy pickpocket? Take your pick of my swords for hire. Of course, Chief. But maybe you ought to get rid of some of your old ones first. Never does well to sour one batch in sight of the other. Back again, and not a moment too soon. Wait till you see the fine souls who've joined my ranks, or yours for the right price.
Another piece of trash.
You. It cannot be you. But it can only be you. But oh, how weak you have become. As weak as you used to be strong. Look about you. You used to lead, and now you follow. Ignorant of your faults and ignorant of your fate. That it has come to this. He won't believe me, the fiend. But they have come, as I prayed they would.
Still thinking about exploring the beach? You're free to go, though we Legionnaires are under strict orders never to abandon. You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left field orcs. You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the wilds to me. You may have the right number of champions in your party, yet in experience, I think you're lacking. Of course, the choice is yours, but are you sure you want to venture out? Thank you for heeding.
It's alive, my good man. This day will be short work for a well-equipped contingent of orcs.
Hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. So, what piece of irrefutable— Oh, don't put stock in the hastily scribbled words of a lovelorn fool! This letter, it was a show of passion! A poorly worded passion I did not echo in the least. The Duke, he's like a spoiled child. He's not a man. But all of it is circumstantial. I've a perfectly logical explanation for every piece of so-called evidence against me, and yet you've been trailing me like a bloodhound. People seem to want to believe I am guilty, so let me tell you something I've been keeping to myself. Perhaps over the last few months, Jake grew distant and dark somehow. Something in him changed. It all began the day he met Evelyn, Master Theliron's apprentice. She healed him of what we all believe to be a fatal wound he suffered hunting boars. I think he became obsessed by her, or obsessed by the secrets I just know she holds. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she belongs to that sect. You know, to those who worship a goddess without name and practice rituals of blood. I never liked her from the moment I met her. Men cannot see past her beauty, but I have gazed her and she hails from Silverglen, a village in the forest north of Sicil. How she made it past the undead without a legion escort, I'll never know. Though I can hazard an eerie guess. If anyone killed my Jake, it must be her. She had her claws in him for many long months, and finally she must have cut too deeply. So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I'd never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark. My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda. I'm just doing my duty here. for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, lady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint.
Sir, no, sir.
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics. It's not...
You, again. Do feel free to depart from Sicil at your earliest convenience. Yes? Discovered anything? Well, have you found any incriminating evidence? The knife, the book, the letter. They seem harmless enough by themselves, but in conjunction they do paint a pretty grim picture. Fine then. If you're certain she did it, then I shall have Esmeralda. Surely you have exhausted all the evidence that was to be found? No. A good bloodhound knows when the trailer's gone cold. It was stolen. Gods, what a fool that Roberts is. Yes, yes. Well, I assume it hasn't crawled back to its grave. So have you She vanished into thin air, did she? Could she be behind this rotten business after all? Track her down, will you? Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter? Far be it from her to tell her master what in the seventh name she's up to. The girl flew from here like she just heard the location of the Philosopher's Stone. She even left her pouch unattended in the next room. Most unlike her, to be sure. She usually keeps it within sight at all times. Very strange she'd leave it behind. It's in the next room. I'd try her house, for starters. It's not far from here. I'll mark the location on your map. The world belongs to the young, they say, and Boris will live to take his piece. Thank you for your help in this matter. Me? Why, it was I who cured the Duchess of her... Not to mention that it's... Yes. If... Certainly, what would you like to know? The Councillor... Terrible loss, that. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know. I declared. It's here somewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
I guess someone else got here first. I mustn't have used it correctly. So she's got a lair on the beach, does she?
Perhaps that's where she stashed Jake's body.
Still thinking about exploring the beach? You don't look like you're quite ready. I certainly hope you know what you're doing, Source Hunter. Right, open.
You don't think it's effective, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her out here before she could do anything.
Again! I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on.
In the door!
Sorry, sir.
The face furious.
You, again. Do feel free to depart from Sicil at your earliest convenience. finished with that? Surely you have exhausted all the evidence that was to... You know it was taken, and you claim to know by whom. Evelyn. So go find the damn woman and don't bother me with your prattle until you've dealt with her. Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Pay attention to the beast, Grace.
Come on now, I pulled her over.
Still thinking about exploring? The gate is up. You can see security's we can only hope.
The Sicilians retreated from this battle, but what about the orcs?
Either they've taken to the sea or set up an encampment in yonder caves. Keep your weapons at the ready.
I've spotted something interesting.
Away with your weapons! Away! I don't want to fight. I ain't after no fancy stone. I just want to bury these bodies in traditional... Oh, he was such a dear lad he was. We wanted to see the world, but we saw next to nothing in our village. Oh, poor Rocky will never see it again. Tradition goes that there weren't so many spoils after the battle, but I managed to give old Rocky the...
This orc is obviously bereft. We may risk missing out on that armor set, but we've got to leave him be.
Agreed. Rob...
Don't think I didn't see that twinkle in your eye when I spoke of the armor, small bones. But I thank you for leaving my brother to rest in peace. Don't play dumb with me, small bones. You know as well as I that your little city won't be rid of us all. In our own town, we honour the dead by decorating their graves with whatever materials we have. In this case, it's wood. They look rather fetching, don't they? I'll keep you proud.
We should be careful not to accidentally disturb any graves.
You made a promise to an orc, after all.
I'd pour out the whole pipe for you if I could.
That pathetic heap of source-addled frogskin thought it could fool us, did it? Old Medora knows for certain that orc would have loved nothing better than to axe you in the back while it cried on your shoulder. Well, excuse me for failing to notice the lush inner lives of the many orcs who've nearly chopped my head clean off. Is it my do as you will then, as long as you're sure? I suppose an orc's too stupid to fathom such trickery.
The air is charged with
Careful.
danger.
I've spotted a trap.
I've spotted a trap.
I've pointed out several inconspicuous little elevations in the sand. Hidden explosives.
Careful. I've spotted a trap. Watch out. Orcs that large think with their clubs, not their heads. Look out, I see a trap nearby. Wherever you go, there I am.
I'm fading. Fast.
The Seven, call me home.